Hello, everybody. And we are live from Sweden, sort of. We're live from Sweden via Washington if you're on my channel. So I am here in, God, I don't even know where I am. I'm in Washington, someplace in northern Washington in the US. But I am streaming a live feed that is coming out of Sweden that is streaming the Double Trouble Double Discord DDC Championships. And we're going to be joining them live in about 10 minutes. But until then, this stream is going to be me just talking to you all, catching you up on what we're doing and what Double Discord is and why I'm doing this. Once their live feed patches in at 10 minutes after, that's the schedule, then I'm going to sleep and I'm going to pass it off to my Swedish friends. But for the moment, we'll kind of explain. By the way, if anybody's in here, welcome to jump on and say hello. We'll give you all a few minutes to come in and then I'll explain why we're here. This is really exciting. Technology is going to bring this amazing game to the world. Is DJ Johansson the tournament director? I think he is. So I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and just start explaining because a lot of people will watch this tape later, right? So if you have read my book, Scott Stokely, Growing Up Disc Golf, available on Amazon or Audible for the audio version, you've got to read a little bit about other disc sports. Now, if you're older, you know this, but the majority of the people playing disc golf today, in other words, the majority of my audience, is new to the sport. So I'm going to start by giving you all a little bit of a history lesson about disc sports and what is double discord and why it matters, why I'm doing this, why it should be of interest to you. So the short version of the story is flying discs were invented before the games they were used for. So unlike most things where you have something and then you invent a product for it, disc sports were not the case. Basically, injection molding machines came out, the development of plastic came out many years ago, and someone realized that you could make this thing that flew differently and more creatively and more interestingly than a ball. Basically, aside from maybe boomerangs, objects for the bulk of human history either flew up and then down in an effectively straight line or they rolled along the ground. And with injection molding, they came up with the ability to produce a flying disc that did other things that a ball wouldn't do. And with the advent of the flying disc, the people making it realized there's a whole bunch of really cool and fun, interesting things and games you could do with this new object that we've just invented. But we don't have a damn clue what those things are. Let's just make flying discs and sell them and then tell people, hey, take this flying disc and you guys come up with something to do with it. To the point that the first Pluto platters from Whammo actually were stamped on the back the words "invent games." So discs were invented, and people were encouraged to invent games with them, and that's what they did. All over the world, people started making up games. Some of them obvious, such as how far can you throw it? How many times out of 10 throws can you throw it through a hoop, for instance? Those were pretty probably the first ones to be invented. But other games were invented as well. For example, the game of Guts, which is a game of 3 to 5 players standing 15 meters apart, throwing discs at each other as fast and as hard as they could. And the object was to basically catch your opponent's disc, one hand cleanly, or knock it up into the air with one hand and catch it. And if you were throwing, the object was to get it to fly past the people or ricochet off them so they didn't catch it. Ironically, or not ironically, interestingly, that was probably the very first flying disc game ever. And the reason why is on the back of the package of the first flying discs, a disc called the Space Saucer, it described a game very similar to Guts. So people invented Guts. They invented a game which was how long can I keep it in the air and still catch it, which became called Maximum Time Aloft. MTA, they invented a game where you would throw it and see how far it could run before catching it. They measured distance. The longer the distance, the more successful the feat. That was called throw, run, and catch, or TRC. But that's basically what happened. People invented games. And a couple of the games that really have caught on were people all over the world invented a version of golf with a flying disc, which was obviously named Frisbee Golf. And then people invented a game like soccer with a flying disc, which became Ultimate. So those are the two most successful. And one of the games that was invented by Jim Palmieri and a friend in Rochester, New York in the 70s was a game called Double Discord. And that's the game we're about to be broadcasting live from Sweden. And Double Discord was, to a lot of us, myself included, the funnest flying disc game ever made in terms of just pure fun. And it caught on a little bit. In the early days, everything kind of just caught on a little bit. So in the 70s, there were not ultimate tournaments or disc golf tournaments or double discord tournaments or freestyle tournaments. That was the creative artistic side of flying disc sports, where you would put on music and you would coordinate a routine where you would do tricks with the flying discs. But there were not specialized tournaments. There were Frisbee tournaments, Frisbee being the brand name, the Whammo brand name of the flying disc. But since Whammo dominated the market, all flying discs were generally called Frisbees, even though technically you had to be Whammo to be a Frisbee. People called them Frisbee. So they would run tournaments, and they wouldn't be golf tournaments or ultimate tournaments or guts tournaments or freestyle tournaments. They would be Frisbee tournaments or flying disc tournaments. And people would show up and compete in these tournaments, which included many different events. And one of the events that was competed, hotly competed, was the game we're about to see today, called Double Discord. And Double Discord is, to most of the people that played it at the time, probably the funnest flying disc game there was. And don't get me wrong, I'm not cheating on you, disc golf. Don't misunderstand my love and passion for the game of disc golf. But when it came to just fun playing, I think Double Discord was most of our favorites, just to go out and play. Now, as much fun as it was to play, it had some drawbacks. One of the drawbacks to the game was that it was a game that was fun to play when you were new at it, but became much, much, much more fun when you got better at the game. And when you got good at the game, that's when it became the most amazing game. Well, that has some challenges as far as the game, because if it didn't catch you the first time you tried it, it was hard to convince people, or it would be hard to convince people to basically keep, put the time into this game. Basically, it's like, hey, I know this is kind of fun, but I promise you, you'll absolutely love this game if you play it every Tuesday for the next year. Like a year from now, it'll be your favorite game. Well, that's a pretty big ask when the fun kind of comes, a lot of the fun comes later, as opposed to disc golf, which tends to grab you right out of the gate. Now, back in those days, because you were going to these tournaments where you competed in all the different sports, if you wanted to be a Frisbee player or a Frisbee professional, you had to learn all the different games. You had to get good at all of them. So there was an incentive to put time into the games, which might not have been your specialty, or your favorite game, but you needed to be good at it to compete in the overall frisbee tournaments. And so everybody kind of was forced to like put their time into games like Double Discord. And as a result, everybody went, "Oh my God, this is the greatest game in the entire world." But thank you for making it or incentivizing me to play it and stick with it. And that's what happened. So a lot of the players that play, a lot of them are old school players. Just the nature of the reality of the game. In my opinion, it's the funnest frisbee game there is. But you have to put a little bit of time into to get the hang of it. So my motive for doing this feed is that um, I've tried to keep the history of some of these games alive. I've made videos about freestyle. I've made videos about dog frisbee, big part of the early days of the sport, frisbee dogs. Um, I wrote about it in my book. So I'm trying to keep the torch lit for some of these beautiful flying disc games. I don't want to lose them as everybody becomes an ultimate player or a disc golfer with the occasional freestyler or guts player, but golf and ultimate dominating the market. Uh, I don't want I don't want these other games to die. Well, guess what? Now I am manufacturing golf discs. And now that I'm manufacturing golf discs, I am going to be hopefully incredibly valuable in this role of keeping these games alive because I will have the financial capability of doing it. I'll have a marketing and a business machine behind what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to be putting money and effort into Double Discord and Guts and Freestyle, probably the big ones, and just overall disc tournaments. And hopefully we can keep these wonderful games alive because they are very special games. Well, they're very special to me, but it would be it would be a beautiful thing if future generations are able to enjoy disc sports the way we all got to enjoy them back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and beyond. So I'm going to be putting time and money and effort into promoting these old flying disc games. And so it's not just disc golf out of my channel. I have an agenda to keep these games alive. So that's why I'm here. That's what this is for. So this is just um, one of the first things I'm getting to do. I also have a video that I've worked on, and it would be done already if I'd completed my part. So I've not completed my part with Dieter Johansson. I've done a big portion of it, but I'll be finishing up my portion of the video to promote the sport. Dieter is producing the equipment for the game of Double Discord. So you can actually buy the courts and play. And so hopefully I can do that. Hopefully I can play my part in keeping these games alive and making sure. I guess what I want to make sure of, I'm not trying to make Double Discord and Freestyle and Guts into like major mainstream games. I don't think they have to be. But if just, a few thousand people out there were playing them and a few thousand people play the generation after, then they won't go away. And as long as they don't go away, then that's good enough for me. All right, what's up, Ken, Buddy Bellinger? I am definitely enjoying the Pacific Northwest. It's been for a few days warm and blue skies and sunny. Unusual for the Pacific Northwest, but it's been nice. And he said instantly hooked the first time he played 24 years ago. Well, that's all. Well, that's and so that if you were instantly hooked on DEC, then I'm happy for you because uh, that doesn't happen with everybody. Like this is one of those games where if people generally got hooked right away, we wouldn't be having this conversation because everybody would play it and go, "Oh my God, this is the greatest game," and everybody would be out there playing it. Um, in my experience, most players get hooked on this game once they've played a dozen times and they start to understand the nuances of the game and they see the levels of the game and they see and start implementing the more sophisticated strategies. that's when the game really starts to take on uh, space in people's brains. And so I want to promote the game as something to play because it's fun and just encourage people to go out and do it. With me understanding that once they've played it 5, 10, 15 times, then they go, oh, now I get why this is so much fun. So that is the absolute hope. Fingers crossed. I think we can do it. We got to keep these games alive, man. Like, we can't let double disc court go away. Like, how can we let, I mean, there's two things that basically fly in sports. There's balls and discs. And we can't let the funnest disc game there is just go away. So y'all got to get behind me on this one. All right. So are we thinking that we're just kind of just killing time till the feed comes in? If so, if anybody has, well, we'll look at it. Well, I'm just basically on here until the feed jumps in. I don't know when that's going to happen. And if it takes a little while, I'll stick with you. I just don't want to lose people. So if you have any questions about anything, but especially anything related to disc sports or the history of disc sports or double disc court, shoot those questions over. Buddy Bellinger says, when I first started playing, I was throwing 28 to 30 over par within a few years. I was shooting 8 under on the same course. It definitely took a while to get better. Yeah, when it comes to golf, I mean, well, it's anything else. It's like it takes a while to get better. But there's some games that just translate to being fun early, and other games that just they become fun when you get better. And it just depends on the game, right? So like a game like disc golf or just golf in general, lots of people like with ball golf just love it from day one. They go out to a course, they shoot 130 or 140 because they're brand new to the game of golf, but they have fun right off the bat. Golf lends itself to being fun right away. There's other things that are just a little more challenging, so they take a little bit longer to catch on, but once they catch on, they become part of your life. Crash Protocol says, you are awesome, Scott. Okay, so first off, Crashed. My favorite type of people in the world are people that say that I'm awesome. So right off the bat, you're one of my favorite people. I'm just starting out at 48 years old and I'm so humble. God, that was literally the opposite of what I just said. And yeah, the father-in-law made us play 6 times and started understanding. Now I got to start throwing to 350 feet. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are gonna love you guys. This is my golf crowd that's jumping in, which is what I expect because I got mostly a golf audience. But when we hit that live feed, you're gonna see the game of double discord live from. This is how cool, right? We're gonna be broadcasting. This stream is gonna be coming in live from Sweden. So hopefully it'll jump on soon, but I will stick with y'all until it does. Does anybody have any questions about the early days of the sport or disc sports or flying disc sports? I am not the world's authority on the history of disc sports, but I'm pretty well versed. I was there for some of it. Ernie says, hello from Hobbs, New Mexico. Well, hello. I don't know where Hobbs, New Mexico is. Where is Hobbs, New Mexico? I should know where Hobbs, New Mexico is. There's only like 9 cities in all of New Mexico. You'd think I would know, like, if there's only 9 cities in the state, I would know which one there are. Ken Buddy Bellinger, never heard of that game. Yeah, you're gonna hopefully like the stream's gonna show you what it is. I mean, it's like you'll get to see on the video. Like it's the funnest game like in the world. It's so much fun to play, but it's fun to watch too. It's not. I mean, there's games that are just not fun to watch. Like I've never understood. I'm sorry, but I've never understood the appeal of watching ball golf. Like it's just the person swings, hits the ball. Maybe there's a tracking shot of the ball in there, and the ball lands on the grass. Never really thought of that as like that. Like that it translated to television. Ernie says it was near Carlsbad. I was in Carlsbad this year. Was it this year, Adriana? Yeah. Yeah, it was this year, right? Yeah, I was in Carlsbad this year. Turns out there's a cave there. Were you aware of that? I had no idea there was a cave near Carlsbad. Did you? Come around this corner and here's this big old cave in the middle of New Mexico. Who would have thought? Hey, what's up? If anybody has any questions about, before we go to the live stream, anybody has any questions about the early days of disc sports, since that's what what this stream is going to be. If you're just joining it now, we are going to be live from Sweden here in just a little bit. Broadcasting. So tired. It's late here at my age. We're going to be live here coming from, well, I'm in Washington, but we're going to be coming from Sweden. Ken Buddy Bellinger says, who is my inspiration? Got a good question after that too. Who is my inspiration in disc golf? Okay, so I got some great questions here. I'll go ahead and put them on the screen. Who's my inspiration in disc golf? God, I think it's just not one person. I mean, different people inspire me for different reasons. I mean, I think probably like when I was younger, when I was playing, like I'll say it was inspiration, but we all aspired to be Ken Climo because he was the one who was beating us every weekend. And then I took 13 years and I came back and it was Paul Macbeth. Paul Macbeth had occupied that spot in all our brains, but it was, I don't know if inspiration's the right word, but that's who we were chasing, which is kind of like being inspired because that's who we're trying to beat. I mean, those two are the two best to ever do it. So it's kind of like, no one ever got there, but that's what we were chasing. I think but I think my inspiration, if anything, is like I love the old timers in the sport. I mean, the people that paved the way in the game. Anybody going back from Jim Kenner to Ken Westerfield, Victor Malafronte, Ed Hedrick, Dan Roddick, like just the early days. I mean, Mark Horn was the 1977 world champion. John Kirkland, but those are kind of like all those players. That's Babe Ruth and Ty Cobb and Tris Speaker and Satchel Paige and Honus Wagner, right? So that's kind of like those are the legends of the game. I knew all of them, or a lot of them are still with us, so I know them. So it's interesting to be part of the game. It's like I'm still connected to the history. Dan Roddick, PDGA number 3. I talk to him every month or two. Still, so I'm still friends with them. Ken Westerfield, I talked to a month or two ago. John Kirkland a month or two ago. Like they're still my friends, but they're also my heroes. Ernie Salinas Jr. says, when did the forehand throw become a thing? So the best of my knowledge, so the very first, when discs came out, like probably the it was called Sidearm forever, still is, but the sidearm throw and the backhand throw. The backhand throw probably came first. The sidearm throw probably came 10 seconds later because people try out different things. From my understanding, the Healy Brothers, which is the Healy Brothers birthday party, which is in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, 1956 or 57, I think. The oldest flying disc tournament, still running to this day, called the International Frisbee Championships in the Upper Peninsula. They were throwing sidearms then. Within disc golf, the first two people to master the throw, I would say, were Victor Malafronte and Ken Westerfield. And I wasn't around then, so people could debate which one was better. I know Victor won a world championships and maybe had the world record unofficially at one point for distance, but Ken Westerfield was a master at it as well. So these are the two guys I would say that we're on the Mount Rushmore of sidearms. Um, I mean, Jim Kenner was out touring then. The Berkeley Six were six original disc players in Berkeley, who were all throwing sidearms as well. So that's when it became the first became a thing. And then by the in the early days, people threw sidearms, but by the time I toured, the sidearm had basically, I mean, among touring players, I'm just talking about like the competitive touring players, it was virtually non-existent by the 90s. And then I hit the scene and I was a 50-50 player, backhand and sidearm, which obviously we all know the reason why you'd want to throw sidearm on half the holes. Half the holes, you want the disc to spin the opposite direction of the backhand. And so I didn't invent the sidearm. I didn't coin the term sidearm. I wasn't the creator of the sidearm. Um, but I will take my place in our history as the person that repopularized or I don't know what the right word would be, but basically showed everybody you got to have a sidearm. And then I went around to 220 cities doing throwing clinics, teaching everybody how to throw the sidearm, and I put it in my book, How to Throw a Sidearm. So I played my part in the history of the sidearm, but and I think it was an important part. I mean, I popularized the sidearm, but popularizing it is not the same as inventing it or I wasn't the first person to master it even. I think that was Victor and Ken. But like I said, I'm part of the history. I played reintroduced. There we go. That's probably the right word for it. It's funny. It's one of those things where I'm like, I am, and I do try to be humble. I don't try to take credit for something I didn't do, but at the same time, I'm also historically accurate. And if I'm historically accurate, I did play a part and had a place in this, and so I don't want to leave myself out in an attempt to be humble. I want to be honest. So I played my part, but I'd say Victor and Ken were the two that they're the first two on Mount Rushmore, I would say. Um, and by the way, just the term sidearm. The reason I call it sidearm, the term forehand has become a very popular. Forehand's become the popular term, and it's grown in popularity because backhand and forehand seem like the opposite terms. I call it sidearm, and I'm sticking to sidearm for a couple of reasons. One is because backhand and forehand are have traditionally been what you call when you swing a racket or a paddle. When you play tennis or ping pong or table tennis, you have a backhand and a forehand. But when you throw something such as a baseball, uh, it was called a sidearm. So sidearm was the more for throwing something was the counter to there was no backhand throwing baseball. It was called a sidearm. But more important than that, that's what Victor and Ken called it. And to me, they get to name it. Like I don't get to name the sidearm. It's called sidearm because that's what Victor and Ken they mastered it. They what they called it, I think, is the term. Now, having said that, forehand is become the more popular term. Slang terms can become more popular than the original terms, and I got no control over that. And nor do I think it's wrong. What I think is important to me is that even if forehand becomes the more popular term, I always want people to recognize the term forehand is the slang term. All right, it's called a sidearm. The Healy brothers called it a sidearm, to the best of my knowledge, but also Ken and Victor called it sidearm. So the term is sidearm, even if the slang term forehand becomes more popular. So that's kind of my take on it, and that's because of Victor and Ken. Like you know, they called it sidearm. They don't. I don't get to. I don't get to name it. In fact, actually, Victor even had invented the first. Here we go. Victor Malafronte had a slang term called the two-finger macho sidewinder. That was his term for it. But that was his slang term for it. They still called it sidearm. So Ernie says, my favorite throw is the sidearm. Can't throw a backhand to save my life. My arm hurts afterwards. Maybe mechanics. Yeah, 100% mechanics. So I'll give you a little tip on just my observation between the backhand and the sidearm as far as things hurting. Um, I think you should be able to throw a backhands your entire life and never experience any type of pain or injury from it. With proper form, backhand is such a low impact throw. You should just always be able to throw backhands. Not the case with the sidearm. When you throw a sidearm correctly, even if you throw it correctly, you can hurt your rotator cuff, you can hurt your bursa sac, and you can hurt this tendon on the inside of the elbow, simply because the motion of the sidearm delivery is a higher impact motion on your arm. So if your arm hurts from sidearms, it could mean poor technique, or it could mean you've been throwing sidearms. Simply, right? So if your arm hurts, it could just be throwing sidearms. But backhand, if you are throwing backhands and it's hurting, I suspect there's a problem with mechanics. But I can't tell you what the problem would be. Wow, speaking of John Kirkland, wow, I just mentioned John Kirkland a second ago. Let's see. Well, we'll get to, let's see. Member Barry says, what's up, man? Hey, Ken, Buddy Bellinger says, I relate to a sidearm as a baseball pitcher with its mechanics looking the same. Yeah, I mean, when you throw something, it's called a sidearm. Again, I don't have a problem with people calling it by its nickname, forehand. I just want people to always know that was the slang term. The people that, Victor and Ken named it. John Kirkland, speaking of DDC throws, DDC throws and unusual names, tell them about your jelly donut. Yeah, so I basically invented two throws for double discord, the jelly donut and the glazed donut. And both of them are stupid throws that have absolutely no purpose in the game whatsoever. But they're just different ways of throwing a disc kind of for funsies. And I wouldn't even know how to describe it. It's basically an upside down, what used to be called a push putt. I don't even know how to describe it. Without a disc, I couldn't even show you. But basically, it was. I would turn the disc vertical so the top of the disc was facing to the side. Oh, I got a disc. Hold on, I got a disc. Oh God, thank you. Of course, I have one disc in the room. Look at this. Unbelievable. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate with my Lutz from Costaplast. So basically, it was a throw where I would take the disc, like this is the top of the disc, and I would place my hand on top of the disc and the finger here. But I would turn it vertical like this, so the bottom of the disc is facing me, and I would throw it, spinning the disc this direction, right? So I'd go like this. And when I spun it this direction, it would fly through the air and go and kind of like wobble over flat and barely make it to the court. It was it made no sense whatsoever. But the spirit of disc sports, especially double discord, was to make up games and make up shots and make up throws. The thing about double discord is if you're playing the game, especially if you're playing one of the two positions, the one called the front position, you had to be able to catch the disc and throw it back to the other court with your body in all sorts of different positions, moving all sorts of different directions, which meant you wound up with throws that would seem just absurd but they weren't absurd because you had to get you had to get the disc out of your hand in a fraction of a second and make it fly 17 meters. And John Kirkland says, there are more strange names in DDC than anything else, i.e. the wet blanket, the staker, the catapult, the fractals, the chocolate donut, the glazed donut. I would say, yeah, I would agree with that, except I would also say freestyle has a bunch of really kind of creative and unique names. And dog frisbee. because one of the things in dog frisbee is how many different throws you can throw where the dog catches it, and they also have names. Some of the names have they've crossed over. Hey, John, let me ask you a question. Because I know that I mean everybody back in the old days had to kind of have every throw. Sidearm kind of fell from popularity among the top disc golfers. By the time I was out in like the mid to late 80s and 90s, by the time I was on tour, none of the top players in the world were throwing sidearm. But in the early days, it was probably because of all the frisbee games. There were more sidearms. I was not playing back then, but I've thought that Kirkland and Victor Malafronte probably had the two best sidearms of those early days. Say, let's go late 60s, early 70s. So we're talking pre Rose Bowl, pre um, IFA, because Kirkland was out in Canada and Victor he had moved to Berkeley at this point. Would you agree that Victor and um, what did I just say? Did I say I think I said Kirkland. I meant Ken Westerfield. Ken Westerfield and Victor Malafronte. Would you agree that those were the two best sidearms by the late 60s? That they were the first two to pioneer it? Give me your thoughts, John. I try to get the history right the best I can, but I wasn't there for some of it, so I try my best. But let me know, John, if it's Westerfield and Victor. But you don't have to pick a favorite. I know you toured with Victor for a while, so you don't have to pick which one was better. But let me know if those are the two. Yeah, so John Kirkland says Victor had the best one, followed by Westerfield. But in the old days, we threw a lot of overhand wrist flips. Yeah, I think that would probably be so. I mentioned that earlier. So I know Victor won the world championships throwing almost exclusively sidearms, and also he had the unofficial world distance record. And so I think if you polled people, they would probably lean to. I think that's a more common answer, to lean towards Victor 1 and Ken 2. But it was also difficult because they were playing, thousands of miles apart and didn't get to face off against each other all the time. So I think what you're saying is probably would be what people would probably say. But I think most people would also agree that they were number one and number two, and then in my opinion, they probably didn't get a chance to face off against each other as often as they could have. So I like, it's hard to say, but yeah, Victor was a master. Yeah. Oh, by the way, overhand wrist flips, the throws they're talking about, that's the throw where you take the disc like this, upside down, and you flip it this way. That was a very. It was just another way of throwing, basically putting counterclockwise spin on the disc instead of the sidearm. Remember, the early days of the game, I mean, there were people who were very good at that throw. It wasn't quite yet. People hadn't quite figured out what worked and what didn't work, or what was the best. I mean, people were still inventing stuff and making stuff up. Victor had the best behind the back sidearm, which was spectacular when I first saw it. Yeah, I saw him almost ace hole 3 at La Mirada. I mean, probably like a 230-foot hole or something like that. But he threw a light plastic frisbee from the store behind his back sidearm and parked it. So, yeah, I've actually seen Victor, throw it behind his back pretty well. And I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say I got the best under the leg sidearm ever. I can throw almost 400 feet under my legs still. Buddy Bellinger, what's the best way to increase arm speed? Okay, so here's the thing. There isn't, and I'm sorry, this is going to seem like I'm dismissing your question. There's not a single best way to increase arm speed, or single best way to get more distance, or something like that. Basically, all the different components of the throw, if you don't do them right, take away from your distance / arm speed. right? So if you're not planting your foot first, you lose some distance there. If you're keeping your head forward, you're losing distance there. If you're not pulling across your strongest pull line, you're losing distance there. If you're leaning over at the waist, you're slowing your rotation, losing distance there. Basically, every single thing you do takes away some distance. If you only do one thing incorrectly, you're going to get pretty darn close to where you're physically able to throw. If you're doing three things wrong, you're nowhere near as far as you can throw. So it's really a matter of just getting all of the pieces correct. So there's not one thing. The trick is to get the whole throw right. And by the way, with since you're asking, my 6-month online class, Become a Complete Disc Golfer. You get information at scottstokely.net is the 6-month class, which teaches everything. Yeah. So yeah, and by the way, also Ken Buddy Bellinger says, good answer, makes sense. Yeah, it's one of those things where there's just not one little thing. I almost think like when you see a video like, how the secret to distance is the grip, or the secret to distance is this or that. And it's like, no, it's not. That's clickbait. That's basically like being in the grocery store when someone when you see a video that says the key to throwing farther is this one thing. Just think about when you're in the line of the grocery store and you see Golf Digest magazine and it says the one tip that'll make you a good putter. By the way, Golf Digest magazine invented clickbait because every single issue of Golf Digest magazine has an article on the front that if you do this thing, you're going to be great at ball golf. Yet, if you buy every single issue of Golf Digest magazine, it's not going to make you good at golf, right? It's clickbait, it's BS. That's kind of like when they say when there's one thing, it's not true. Crash Protocol says, I saw your under the leg throw over the lake when you played with Simon at Maple Hill. Amazing jaw drops. Yeah, that was actually funny. By the way, I said earlier a minute ago, I said I throw 400 feet under my leg. That's not accurate. I throw about 350 under my leg. I don't want to be misleading. Yeah. Ha! That's a great. Yeah. By the way, the one he's referencing, if you go search for Simon Lizotte on YouTube, he's got probably the most popular player YouTube channel. I'm up there, but Simon's got the most subscribers. And then if you search for click on his videos and then click most viewed. And the video of him playing around with me, it's his most viewed video when he brought me on his show. He still never paid me for all the ad revenue he got from that video. But anyways, um, there's a video of me throwing one of the tougher shots at Maple Hill under my leg, over like 350 feet over water, and then putting it like 2 feet from a basket. All right. John Kirkland says the one key thing to ensure your athletic excellence is choose your parents wisely. You know, it's funny you say that because that's actually not only that, that's also the trick to longevity. Like the number one way to increase life expectancy is to make your parents live to be 95. You know, if your parents left the world at 60, 95's might be a challenge. And if your parents both live to be 100, like you're probably going to live to be 100. So yeah, that's actually true. Kind of annoying, right? Like you wake up and like your parents' age affect your life expectancy, but that's kind of the correlation's pretty strong there. It's not the only correlation. You still got to like be healthy and exercise and all that, but it's a big one. So I agree, John. It is a lot of luck of the draw. Yeah. By the way, this is John Kirkland. Everybody, he's one of the best DDC players of all time as well. He's one of the absolute legendary legends of the game, and someone I'm proud to call a friend. So are we still waiting? Do we get a message about the thing? Is it maybe coming on?
Yeah, they had started it, but it's stalled out on their own, so they're refreshing.
Okay. Yeah, so the live stream the live stream DDC tournament is They are working on technical difficulties in Sweden, but good thing is I'll just hang out with y'all until it comes on. And then I'm going to go to sleep because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
We talked about stork.
About what?
Stork.
Stork. What? Yeah. So my history in double discord is, I'm going to show my age here a little bit, but I played on one of the most famous double discord teams, and the reason I say one of the most famous is that we played together for many years. Was PDGA number 3, Dan the Stork Roddick, and Dan and I just formed this partnership. We just gelled together as a team. I mean, he was one of my heroes. When I was younger, he did me a big favor. He let me be his partner at the World Championships in 1991. Back then, I was an up and coming player, but he was certainly at a level above me. And he took me on as a partner. Dan was older than me, and we played, and we were seeded like 12th or something like that at the tournament, which is actually still pretty good. And we busted our seed and we finished 5th place at the World Championships. It was a really big deal for us. And so it was really a great thing because I went to him and I pleaded my case. Here's why I think we could be a competitive team, and here's why I would like to play with you. And he said yes. And he took me on, and it was I was so flattered and touched and humbled. And then I got really good. And the following year, he came to me and he basically he made the pitch to me, asking me to be his partner. Um, and that was a no brainer, yeah. And so we played together for years, and we played together long enough where we stopped talking about it. We just assumed that we were each other's partners. And we finished 2nd place at the U.S. Open, the biggest tournament of the year, when we had a 3rd place finish at the U.S. Open. The U.S. Open. So we were never able to win one. We had a 2nd, and had a 3rd. And then in 1998, we went to Kiss the Sky, which was a major DDC tournament in Aspen, Colorado, and we won. And we finally took one down, and it was really exciting. We beat in the finals. We beat Conrad Damon, pretty much considered the best DDC player of all time, and John Friedman. We beat them in the finals. It's pretty cool. So yeah, that was my history with double discord. Was my years playing with Stork, and I wouldn't play with anybody else. And there got to be a point where, because Stork was getting older, and I could have played with a stronger partner at that point, because he was certain, just like all of us, we were getting older, and I never even considered it. People ask me, I mean, every tournament, people would ask me to play with them next year. I'd be like, yeah, I kind of got a partner. I wanted to play with Dan. So that was pretty neat. And by the way, John Kirkland says, according to Stork, he taught me how to run. Well, so yes, he taught me how to run, but no, it's nothing he should be proud of, because I'm a terrible runner. So if he taught me how to run, that doesn't speak very highly of his run teaching abilities. I was not a good student. I was always I've never been a good runner. No, when I was playing one of the games I described earlier, Maximum Time Aloft, where you throw the disc up in the air and you have to run it down and catch it, and I was never, not my not my strongest not my strongest physical skill in the world. I've never been a runner. But he did. He would run alongside me and go right, left, right, left, right, left, trying to teach me how to run. It's pretty bad. Are you laughing, Adriana?
Yeah, because he brought it up when we were at the
Yeah.
botanical garden.
Yeah, I went to the San Bruno Botanical Gardens with Dan Roddick earlier this year, and he brought up to Adriana about the time he taught me how to run. So yes, that is actually a true story. Yeah, Dan's on a very short list of my favorite people in the world. A very small list of my favorite people in the whole world. I did my Mount Rushmore of disc golf as far as who's contributed the most to disc golf, and he was number two right after Ed Hedrick, and I think he's always going to have his place there as the second biggest contributor of disc golf. Now, when this is all said and done, when I'm dead and buried and pushing up daisies, it's my intention to be recognized as the person who did more to bring disc golf um, global. With everything I have planned to bring disc golf to developing countries, I have some very firm creative plans in mind to bring disc golf to all the places on earth where it's currently not being played or barely being played. Uh, I'll be sharing more of this over the years, but one of the reasons I've started manufacturing golf discs is so I can basically have lots and lots of money that I can sink into projects that'll lose money. And bringing disc golf to developing countries is going to lose money, but I don't give a shit about money. So I'm going to be pretty dangerous with my money since I don't care if if I get a return on that investment. My return on the investment will be bringing disc golf globally. It won't be a financial return. Since I don't care about the financial return, I'll be able to push a lot of money that direction. I got some plans. So hopefully I can, who knows, maybe I'll get my name on the Mount Rushmore eventually of disc golf contributors. Certainly I don't deserve to be there now, but I'm still young. What am I, like 21, 22 years old, maybe? Something, I don't know. I'm in my early 20s. I still got a lot of years left. Don't make that face. Hey, if anybody has any questions about the old days of disc sports, not only could I answer, but John Kirkland, one of the first player to win a world championships, disc golf world championships on a course with baskets. That person, John Kirkland, is in the room with us right now. So if you have any questions about the old days of the sport, disc golf or disc sports, between the two of us, I bet we could probably give you a pretty solid answer. But and we're still waiting for the Devil Discord World live stream to jump in. Are they still trying to? Are they still trying to get it posted?
Mhm.
Are they messaging you, telling you that it's coming?
He had to reboot the broadcast device.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind hanging out. I don't mind hanging out with all my friends. But if anybody wants any questions from the old days, by the way, John Kirkland, I saw a picture of you. I just saw a picture of you online with you and Victor Malafronte, and you were. Oh, I'm happy to. And you were wearing the shortest shorts, and you were playing freestyle with no shirt on, and you look like a damn dirty old hippie. Well, you weren't really old back then, but you were wearing the shortest shorts, kind of style at the time. It was kind of a funny picture. Adam Bonnie says, talk about the early days at Oak Grove. I'm happy to talk about the early days of Oak Grove. So I'll let me fill you in. I'll tell you a little bit about Oak Grove Park. So that's the world's first permanent, at the time, frisbee golf course. There was a tournament coming up called the All Comers Meet. Ed Hedrick, who worked for Whammo, at the time they didn't really know, like they knew they were selling gajillions of frisbees around the world, but they didn't really have a good gauge on who was doing what where. I mean, there was no internet. Um, so Ed Hedrick and Dan Roddick, some people, I think George Sappenfield may have been involved, but there are some people that basically um, came up with the idea of running a tournament and saying, "Hey, let's get people from all over and let's bring them out and see what these people can do with this new disc sports games. And the people that came out also didn't know what people around the country could do, or like, basically everybody came to the all comers meet from all over the country or all over the world thinking that they were king shit and not knowing if they really were or not, right? Kind of fun. Is it got a thumb up that it's already? Okay, so anyways, they ran the first one at Brookside Park in Pasadena, California, 1974. And pretty close to the tournament time, George Sappenfield went to Ed Hedrick and said, "Hey, Ed, I just ran this tournament in Thousand Oaks, a Frisbee golf tournament. I mistakenly told people on a video that it was the first Frisbee golf tournament. It was not. I tried to get the history right. I messed that one up. But George Sappenfield ran a Frisbee golf tournament. When he ran his tournament in Thousand Oaks, California, a few weeks before, he used hula hoops as the obstacles, how you would hole out. He didn't want you to land on the ground. He says a disc should fly. So he hung hula hoops or suspended hula hoops from obstacles up in the air. When you threw through the hula hoop, that meant you completed the hole. That completed the Frisbee golf hole. So he brought the idea to Ed, said, "Hey, this is really fun. People really liked this Frisbee golf game." And somewhat last minute, Ed Hedrick said, "Okay, well, we'll add Frisbee golf to the all comers meet." And they went to Oak Grove Park, and he designed a Frisbee golf course in the park. They got use of the land, this crappy, dirty piece of land that no one else wanted, so it was pretty easy to get. And they put poles in the ground. And people came out to the all comers meet. The press came out, the newspapers, they covered the event, including Frisbee golf, including, at Oak Grove Park. And then everybody went on their way. So everybody went home. And a real interesting thing happened. Ed and Dan Roddick said, "Well, let's just leave the polls up because maybe we'd like to play again. We'll leave the course up because we'll come back next weekend and play," right? So the next weekend they go out to play, and there were people on the course playing that weren't at the tournament. They weren't competitors. They'd seen it in the newspaper, thought, "Hey, that looks like fun," went down there, figured out how the course was laid out, and played the course. And that was this aha moment for Dan Roddick and Ed Hedrick, because it was the first time that Frisbee to them had taken on a life of its own. Like before that, everybody kind of knew each other. Everybody kind of came out. Everybody came to the meet, became friends basically, and so everybody was there. Everybody kind of like they were in this inner circle. And if someone else was going to play, they were going to be somebody that was brought in from somebody among this small circle of people that played. That was the first time where, independent of that, they went, none of us know those people, yet they're playing this Frisbee golf thing. And Ed Hedrick and Dan Roddick were like, "Huh, I think we're on to something." And that's the short story of how Oak Grove Park got started. The poles were in the ground. Now, the poles had a big problem, which was it was not definitive whether you succeeded or failed at your shot. Right? It had to hit the pole, and it had to hit the hole between a certain area. Well, what if you thought it hit the pole and the person in your group didn't? Or what if there were 3 people on your card who were friends and they were out to get you, and they all agreed it hit the pole, but you thought it didn't, but they outvoted you? And there needed to be a definitive way of deciding whether or not you hold out. And that is where Ed came in. So Ed Hedrick did not invent disc golf, did not invent Frisbee golf. Ed created and patented the basket, which was the single most important invention in the game, because that was the first moment where when somebody playing Frisbee golf threw a shot, after they threw their shot, it was either in or it was not. You hold out or you didn't. And if you did hold out, you could count how many throws it took. You couldn't debate it. You couldn't argue. It wasn't subjective. You win or you lose. And that was a big deal. Like, strange as that sounds, we take this for granted. It didn't start off that way. I mean, even to the point where as recently as 1987, 13 years later, I competed in the World Cup. The World Cup in Santa Cruz, De La Vega, California. 4 baskets, 14 pulls. The World Cup, 13 years later, still didn't have 18 baskets. So this isn't something that just is obvious. Like, this is something, there was an evolution to get to the point where there were like baskets on every hole. So that's how Oak Grove started. They put the baskets in. They were originally handmade baskets. A number of my friends actually have some of the original handmade baskets in their backyard. And that's how Oak Grove got started. Are we going to add the live feed in? No? They're still working on it. Okay. So now there's this place. I'm going to give you more background on Oak Grove Park. So now there's this game called Frisbee Golf. So when the course went in the ground, Frisbee Golf was not the most popular activity at Oak Grove Park. All right, so let me describe Oak Grove Park. And my description of the park is very relevant to this story because it was a very unique a very unique park. So over here you had Pasadena. And at the edge of Pasadena was the Arroyo Seco, which is basically this big giant ravine. At the top of the ravine is Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, NASA. But here's all of Pasadena, Altadena, South Pasadena. These are the cities. This big giant ravine here. And then at the other end of the ravine was La Cañada Flint Ridge. La Cañada is a very rich, white, upper middle class, wealthy, LA suburb. Rich people live there. South Pasadena had its share of rich people too, but La Cañada was all rich people. Now, over here in La Cañada and over here in Pasadena were separated by the Arroyo Seco. Now, over here next to La Cañada, the La Cañada ended on Berkshire Road, and right across the street over here was Oak Grove Park in the ravine. And Oak Grove Park bordered the road that ended La Cañada, but it was technically in Pasadena, which meant if the police wanted to visit the park, the police had to drive all the way across whatever to get to this side of Altadena, South Pasadena. They would have to drive all the way around the Arroyo, probably a good 5-6 minutes extra. And the only thing over here, well, 2 things. One was Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which was a closed facility. They never went there, or Oak Grove Park. There was nothing else over here but Oak Grove Park, which meant they almost never came to Oak Grove Park because there were crimes and traffic stuff happening over here. The idea of just driving all the way over here just to go visit a park, they didn't come to the park very often. Over here in La Cañada, these police didn't have jurisdiction in the park, so they simply stayed out. So here's this park over here that never saw the police. Not only that, it was down in the ravine and there was only one way in. Well, when the cops did come all the way over here and they pulled into the park, by the time they entered the park, somebody down here at Oak Grove Park would see the police and they would yell, "Cops! Fuzz! Johnny Law!" Whatever they would yell, "Pigs!" Whatever they yelled back in those days. And everybody got a warning that the police were going to go down this road and down another road and 30 seconds later before they entered the park. So what that meant was if you wanted to drink or do drugs, it's probably the best place in all of Los Angeles to do it because you had the entire park to yourself. The police never came or rarely came. And when they came, you got a 30-second heads up when they were coming into the park, which meant you could set your alcohol or your drugs down and wander away before the police came into the park. So the number one activity at Oak Grove Park when that course went into the ground wasn't Frisbee golf. It was drinking and doing drugs. We'll call that the same activity. It was party park. And they put this frisbee golf course in. And the first Oak Grove Gophers were, to a large extent, people that were drinking and doing drugs in the park. You know, that's the history of our sport. That's the true history of the sport. Those are the people that I grew up with. Those are the people that adopted me as one of their own, took me to the park. Now there were people at Oak Grove Park that weren't part of that scene. Dan Roddick wasn't part of that scene. Mark Horn, Susie Horn, T.D. Ugaldi, Beth Ferris, Scott Zimmerman, Harold Duvall, Rick Schaefer. There were definitely people there that were not there to party. Hey, guess what, guys? But that's how it started. The Oak Grove. That was the early history of the sport. So that's it. And then the sport evolved and got more popular, and of course it started popping up. And then eventually, the people that doing the drugs not left the park, but to a large extent, they stopped. That stopped being the primary purpose of the park. People were still partying there, but the primary purpose at some point started to become disc golf. And the rest, as they say, is history. But in the early days, that's the history. All right, guys, Double Disc Court is live. Thank you, John Kirkland. I will happily take my name on the Mount Rushmore distance. Thank you. Good night, John Kirkland. Double Disc Court is being broadcast live, everybody. And it will be kind of difficult to describe what's going on because of the nature. All I know is they're having fun playing Double Discord in Sweden right now, and boy, I would love to join them. Is it too late to book a plane to Sweden? Wow, Stefan Carlson and Thomas Palmer. Those guys are legends. Peter Hendrickson and Jonas Bankston. Wow. These are all my friends. They're all in my book. All right, you guys, I'm going to be tuning out here and leaving the live stream going. And hope you guys can see what's going on a little bit. It's a little bit choppy. Look, if this doesn't turn out to be the most perfect, like presentation, we'll just improve it next time. We'll do some narration and
describe what we're actually looking at. It's like, what are the squares?
Sure, I'm happy to describe what we're looking at here. So basically, what you have is you see the two guys in black shirts. They are in a square court. You see the square court separated by the lines. That court is 13 meters across. The two people in the orange shirts on the other side are also in a square 13 meters across. And these courts are separated by an open space in between that is 17 meters across. Basically, you have the two courts separated by a gap of 17 meters. Now, the first way to think of this game is think about tennis, except instead of having a net as the obstacle that is separating the two courts, they just use 17 meters of distance to effectively act as a net. If you were playing tennis and you had the two courts separated by a certain distance, you also wouldn't need a net. You could use the distance between the courts to accomplish the same goal. So same exact thing that's happening here. So there are two players. Now you have two players on each team. By the way, they're switching sides right now because every 5 points you switch sides. Very important because if there's favorable or unfavorable wind, makes a huge difference. So every 5 points you switch sides in order to make sure that everybody's playing with an equal favorable and unfavorable wind. Now the way the game works is you have two players on each team. And there's two players on each team, and there's two discs, frisbees, very lightweight, 110-gram frisbees in play at the same time. And you're trying to score points on your opponents they're probably playing the game to 15. You can play to 11 or 21 or whatever, but they're probably playing to 15. Although in the finals, usually you'll play to 21. Um, you score points one of three ways. The first way is you throw a disc into your opponent's court that lands in their court and at no point touches outside of their court. So it's got to hit in the court and stay in the court. If you do that, you score a point. By the way, this also means if they touch it and they don't catch it and it hits the ground, accomplishes the same thing. That's a point for you. The second way you score a point is if your opponents are trying to throw into your court and they throw a shot that either lands outside of your court or it hits in your court and travels outside of your court and touches outside. You score a point that way. Those are the first two of the three ways you score a point. The third way you score a point is what makes the game fun, which is it's called a double. And what a double is you make your two opponents touch both discs at the same time. And when you do that, or if you do that, you will score 2 points. And now the reason why this is what makes the game fun is because to a large extent, players can throw the discs into the opponent's court and get it to stick in the court, but they can also play defense and catch it. If that double, the component of trying to get 2 points on your opponents wasn't there, it would be a kind of a fairly boring game, throwing back and forth, trying to miss each other. The way you score 2 points, the way you double is that, or the way you get people to both touch discs at the same time, I'll just give by way of example. So let's say the orange team and the black team is each holding a disc. The team that scored the previous point would have to designate, which means they throw first. So let's say the orange team is required to throw first. The orange team would throw a shot, and right before the black team catches it, the person without the disc, right before that person catches it, their teammate on the black team would throw a slow arcing shot into the orange team's court. While that disc is arcing in the air and flying into the court, the person on the black team catches the disc, turns, and fires a fast shot, which is going to arrive at the orange team's court at the same time. So now you have the slow disc coming in and the fast disc coming in at the same time. And the orange team now has to escape. They have to avoid touching the disc at the same time. And there's multiple ways to do that, which the first would be if the slow disc is coming in first, the person that's playing the slow disc would call tipping. They would tip their disc into the air. In other words, they just bop it up into the air, right? Well, when they hit it up into the air, you don't catch it and throw it. You tip it up into the air. While it's in the air, your partner will catch the fast disc and then throw it back. Fast. They've got to do it super quick because they only have a split second before the tip needs to be caught. So the person that plays the first disc tips it up in the air. The second player catches it, throws it back. The person catches the tip. Now, the person throwing the disc back probably threw a slow one back, which means now you can fire a fast one and do the same attack on your opponents. That's the first way you get out of it. The second way is if the fast disc, the burn, so in other words, the second throw is coming at you, if it's going to get there first, then the person that would have tipped the disc, the one playing the slow shot, will yell go to his teammate. And that means the person playing the fast disc has two options. They can either catch the disc and throw it really quickly, which when you play this game, you can do it very quickly. You catch and throw it quick, or you tip the fast throw. Now, when the fast throw is being burned at you, it's hard to tip, right? I mean, I mean, you guys have all seen me throw sidearms before. Imagine me throwing a sidearm from 50 feet away, and then you having to tip that sidearm up in the air. Well, a good DDC player can do this. So they would tip the first one, and then the person playing the back disc would catch the slow disc and then quickly throw it, and the person in the front catches the burn, and now they get to attack back. That's one way to get out. Or the person catching the burn hears the word go, catches it, throws it back, and then the person playing the first disc catches and throws. Now, that is the three ways that you're going to get out of, it's called escaping. You're going to get out of being doubled. Those are the three ways that you can prevent your opponents from scoring 2 points on you. So right off the bat, that's really fun and exciting. Remember, I said the game becomes far more exciting the more you play. Well, first off, as soon as you're able to do things like tip and catch and throw really quickly, that kind of becomes fun. But the different elements of the game start to come into play, such as the person that's, when you're playing the second disc, you're playing the fast one, you're going to be up at the front line because you got to guard the front line. So the person playing the first disc is at the back of the court behind you. Well, when they throw the fast one to you at the front line, the easiest way to, if you have to play yours first, the easiest way to get out of it would be to catch it and throw it back really quickly. That's the simplest way to escape. But the trade-off is if you catch that first one and throw it back, well, then the person at the back of the court on your team catches, when they go to throw the burn, they're throwing the burn from way at the back of the court, meaning it takes a lot longer to get to the opponent's court, making it much easier for them to get out of. So you would prefer to tip that burn, because that way you're going to be, when you catch it, you're going to be attacking from the front of your line. But you had to execute a more difficult escape. So you have to make the decision like that, which one you want to do. Well, it would be a pretty easy decision if your opponents threw right at you, right? When I play double disc court and I'm on the front line, if you throw a burn right at me, like, I don't care how fast you throw a burn, I'll tip any burn in the world almost every time. Pretty routine. I'm going to tip it, not a problem. So I would always want to tip the burn, right? Except not, because my opponents aren't going to be throwing right at me. They're going to be throwing to a part of the court where I'm not, which means now I have to be running, and I'm running, and then I'm like tipping the burn. I might even be, and this happens all the time, I might even dive and in midair tip the burn up in the air and then land on the ground and then catch it while my opponent is catching the first throw back. So my opponents are making me move to do that shot. Not only that, now you implement different levels of strategy, because my opponents might know that I tip better moving to my left than my right. Well, in that case, they're probably going to want to burn to my right. I know that they know this, so I'm going to start leaning towards the right side of the court, because I'm going to make the right side smaller. So even though they know that they have an advantage throwing to that side, I've given them a smaller court, kind of forcing them to throw to the bigger side of the court, because I'm going to be in position where I'm not going to have to run at all. But they know that I'm going to be doing that, so they think it might be a setup. So now they're throwing to the opposite side. The whole time this is happening, when you're throwing the discs to the back of the court, because that first shot always has to be at the back of the court. Now, you're not even throwing to attack to have both discs arrive at the same time, because I'm throwing the disc to the back of the court. Well, when my team is throwing the burn at you, I don't want the first person to tip my disc and go. So we might be throwing the first shot and purposely throwing the second shot late, basically forcing the player playing the first shot to tip. That's the easiest escape in the game. But every time we make them do that, they're having to attack us from the back of their court, which is pretty darn easy for us to escape from. And by the way, if the last 2.5 minutes made no sense, it doesn't have to make sense. That's what I'm saying. The intricacies of the game get so much more complex. Then you're having to judge angles because the disc can come at different angles. Some angles are illegal, which means I am going to throw specific angles. So when you're moving a certain direction, if you're moving to your left, the disc is angled a certain direction. It's going to be harder to tip than when it is moving to the right. But you know that that's what I want to do. So you're fudging more to the left, give me a bigger core to the right. So then I'm having to make that decision. It's a wild game. And when you start getting rallies back and forth where you're escaping, attacking, like it's an adrenaline rush like no other. I want to say no other. I suspect that Ultimate and, might have a similar type of component when you're actually like driving down the field and everything's just flowing. It's kind of like the same idea. But yeah, it's a type of adrenaline rush you don't get from a game like golf, which is a much more sedated game. That doesn't make one better or worse. It's just a different, like you're typically not elevated at this intense level where you're playing. Like when I played Double Discord, when I was playing it competitively, um, there's two roles that we call the roles front and back. The back person playing back doesn't mean they're playing the back of the court. It just means they're playing the first disc coming in, and it's been called back, so it's kind of confusing. But there's backs and there's fronts. I always played front, which meant I always played the second shot, the burn. Well, the back is the one who makes the decision on how to escape. Is it tipping or is it a go call? So the front player just basically follows directions unless it's a go call. They get to make the choice. But when I was playing, I mean, like in a DDC tournament, I would be laid out on the ground 40 times in a day, fully diving to just simply to catch shots, if not catching and tipping and getting off, like getting off throws really quickly. It's just like I'd be covered in grass stains. Like I'd wear knee pads because the amount of times I would be on my face during a match. But that's the excitement of the game. I mean, it's so much fun, you guys. And the first time you play it, you're like I said, it's kind of a challenge because the first time you play it, you're just trying to keep the disc in the court. It takes a while because especially if you're a golfer, you're not used to throwing 110-gram frisbees. It's a whole different skill set, and oh my god! And you get 6-7 mile an hour, 10 mile an hour wind with one of these frisbees. Like it's hard just to make it land in the court, let alone all the strategies involved with the game. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but if you put the time into it, boy, is it fun. And yeah, I would really like to introduce this game and make it into something like not make it into something, but just kind of keep the game alive. Like even right here, we're looking at Stefan Carlson and Tomas Palmer. I don't know how many times they've won like the Swedish or the European Championships, but like they've been around since the 90s. So you're looking at players. I mean, these guys are masters of the game, but they're also 50 years old because they started playing when you had to play all these games. And I mean, they're like Stefan Carlson and Tomas Palmer. Like those guys are as good as any players in the world. I mean, you got a couple exceptions like your Conrad Damons who are, um, probably the best player out there. But I mean, there's a small group of a few dozen players who are the best in the world, and these guys are in that group. And let's see, Dietrich Johansson, and look at they're showing all the different teams there. I don't know some of them, but I'm sure they're all good. Yeah, we got to keep this game alive, you guys. It's such a special game. But I think I'm going to let y'all go and let y'all watch. Hopefully this helped, and I am going to put time into and money into making sure this beautiful game doesn't go away because, God, it's fun. I'm just watching. You can see the tip right there. Oh, I'm so jealous right now. Such a beautiful game. All right, guys, I'm going to let y'all go. Is that right? Okay, but we're gonna leave the stream on the computer. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna be. I'll be turning my phone off, so I'll disappear from the screen, right? But it'll continue to stream. All right. So that's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna turn this. I'm gonna log off, everybody. Good night, and enjoy the stream. And I hope you guys had a good time. And I'll show you more of Double Discord. Okay. Good night, everybody.